Hello, people and bots. Welcome. Grandpa Canuck here. And today we're in Hearts of Iron 4 with the Black Ice mod with our Canada playthrough. Oh, and there's Bonnie and Clyde, my two green sheet conures who love to get in on the conversation. And I'm sure they'll throw in their opinions as we play here. Well, it is September 2nd, 8 a.m., 1939, and Canada woke up today at war. Yes, the European conflict is now raging in Poland. And being a dominion of the United Kingdom without 100% independence, but close to it, Canada automatically went to war when England did. So, as a dominion, Canada has a lot of freedoms, but it doesn't have its own complete international policy. Here we can see it is a dominion. So, we are at war with Germany because we are part of the Commonwealth of Nations. Now this works to our benefit as well because we get all kinds of bonuses through technology sharing. And that's where a lot of these numbers come from on the researches. It all depends on how many other Commonwealth nations have it. Does England have it? A few other factors get thrown in there as well. So there's a whole structure for that, which I can cover in another tutorial. Anyway, our approach has been one of not preparing an awful lot ahead of time. We haven't built any more Air Force. So the Canadian Air Force still is represented, well, now by 8 close air support and 20 flying boats. Our Navy has 11 ships. We have built up from 2. And we have 4 destroyers and 7 escort vessels. These escort vessels are slow, and their design is heavy anti-submarine. Their depth charge ability is 28.5, where our destroyers are 9.9. So about triple. The speed of these escorts is incredibly slow at 21 knots. Their entire purpose is convoy. So they're going to protect the sea lanes between Canada and the United Kingdom. And our destroyers are along kind of as the group leaders. So the first thing we're going to do now that we're at war is we're going to divide our fleet into 3 groupings. So we're going to take 1 and 2. And 1 and 2. Okay, and now we have 3 groupings. Now the larger one with 2 and 3, this is Atlantic Squadron number 1. This is going to be Atlantic number 2 and Atlantic number 3. We're also building some heavy cruisers, and this is to give us something if we happen to have the need to go against a breakout of surface raiders. So with these 3 units, we're going to transfer them under 3 different commands. So the 2 and 3 will be our more home squadron. So the first thing we're going to set up is we are going to set up convoy escorts. We'll make this into more of the home waters, let's call it, on the west side. Second group, we need another officer who's a spotter. Okay, and we're going to give him responsibility for the next areas, the Mid-Atlantic and the Labrador Sea. Okay, the third one, we're going to take a third officer, and this will be our one that actually is a superior tactician. So he will be the one we expect to get in surface combat, and we will alter his ship units over that time. And he, whoops, didn't want to do that. Let's set him to convoy escort. And we're going to set him for the Denmark Strait, North Atlantic Ridge, and the western approaches. So the Canadian Navy will start its role of administering the safe voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. This is going to be one of my primary goals for Canada in this, is to anything that breaks the blockade that British can put up, we will have to deal with, be that submarine or surface. And we know we're going to have to deal with submarines. That's why we've built all of these escorts so far. Okay, and that will improve over time. Our army is not fit to go overseas yet, and we have not really moved even our best troops out to the Atlantic coast to take them overseas. Our Air Force, of course, is non-existent, and we are going to have it on standby for the most part. I guess we will take our small flying boats, group of 28, and we will put it off into the Newfoundland Sea as air defense. So if we happen to pick up any submarines in this area, mouth of the St. Lawrence and out as far as St. John's, Newfoundland, we will deal with it. Okay, that's really our contribution to the war on the opening day of the war. That's what we're capable of. We will be defining our role more as we continue on. We have been getting our house in order with all of our focuses. And now that we're at war, we have a lot more things open up, like the War Measures Act. And we will be going into a number of these which have significant bonuses, changes us in from a sleepy, barely getting out of the Depression democracy into a force that contributes to the victory of the Allied cause. So we're currently on the Department of Munitions and Supply, which is going to give us 2 more military factories. We are severely down on heavy transport, light artillery, infantry equipment, garrison equipment, field uniforms, cavalry equipment, transport trucks, armored cars, and radios. So there's probably a lot more we're short of than what we have an adequate supply of. This has led to our most combat-ready units. This unit here has 59% of its strength. It does not have enough handheld anti-tanks. It has nowhere near enough horse transport. It does have artillery. It doesn't have all its infantry guns. It doesn't have enough infantry equipment. It doesn't have enough field uniforms. It doesn't have enough machine guns. It doesn't have enough mortars. It doesn't have enough cavalry equipment. It doesn't have enough radios. It doesn't have enough support equipment. That's because we've upgraded this unit. Our semi-motorized is not much better off. It is 75%, and as you can see, right now they have the handheld anti-tanks. They're short on artillery, infantry gun. This is because they're in training. Those are the small shortages. But they do not have the infantry equipment. They don't have the field uniforms. They do not have, by a long ways, enough transport trucks to do the job. So our semi-motorized are nowhere near being able to be combat effective. A lot of our troops are still in the 1920s configurations of district militia and cavalry. So we got a long ways to grow. Let's get moving. Army mobilization. Well, of course we're mobilizing. We do have 160 points. Mutinies in the Army. Alarming news reached the military high command. This is because our levels of stability have reached such a low level with the declaration of war. We're totally unprepared for it. So our choices here are, as we can do nothing, hold a patriotic speech, and surround the mutinous units with loyalists. So we're going to be very Canadian, and we're going to hold a patriotic speech. We'll see how that does. We're going to stop, and we need to do something about this. So let's see what we have. Invest in the research. Well, we're going to do that first of all, and we're going to make that industry or resources. We're going to go industry, and as we go down the list here, we are looking for things that we can do on political action that will increase our stability and war support. Okay, so we don't have a lot of choices. We can increase stability by returning lands. We will lose a civilian factory for 100 days, and we get 0.6 stability for 100 days, and the ruling party gets support, and we lose a building slot in Manitoba. Decrease unemployment. No negatives, but we have weekly stability going up. It's 25. Let's get that. Okay. Also, we can do war propaganda against the Germans, which will increase war support by 0.8 for 90 days, and when removed, add 3.1. So we're going to do that. Okay, and that's pretty much what we can do to try and get these numbers out of the hole off the start. England realizes we're unprepared, obviously, and wants to send us a lend-lease of some rifles. 226 Lee Enfield 1s, Mark 3s. Yeah, we'll accept them. Silly England, before World War I, they wouldn't let us have a patent and make our own. So we invented the Ross rifle, a far superior weapon, if you like the sports car of weapons. Unfortunately, in the trenches of France in World War I, we needed a tractor, not a sports car. So we had to adapt and use the British Lee Enfields, except all our snipers and the best trained troops kept it because it was such a better superior if you got good ammunition and kept it absolutely clean, like any good sportsman would do. Because that's what it was designed on, a sportsman's rifle. So we have another research slot just for industry, which is good because we need that. $104 days for the polymers. Whoops, wrong one. Okay. Fluorescent lighting. Military production, but our base stability goes down 5. I don't think we can afford that now at 1.6. We got a 50% for skills and training and a 50 in construction 2. So let's take this one. Department of Missions and Supplies. We'll take that, and we are going to pass the War Measures Act. Something that's been done very few times in Canadian history. It was done essentially for World War I, World War II, through something called the FLQ crisis. And it was replaced at a later time after the 1960s with other measures which have been called on once. But we want to do that for 10 days because of all these bonuses, including the weekly war support going up 0.1. So we need to change those numbers around. Okay, we have another factory, or 2 factories, 4 factories, actually. Let's look what we're mostly short of. We definitely need heavy transport trucks, infantry equipment, and field uniforms, and armored cars. So infantry equipment, field uniforms. The other 2 were ones we weren't producing, which was heavy trucks and armored cars. Now, we're going to be down on this because we have no tank production, and tank production is needed for the armored cars. So our production is going to be incredibly slow trying to get this starting a new factory. So we're at like 17% of what it's running. Hey, good to see you. First time chat. Thanks for popping in. Let me know if you have any questions. If you're not familiar with Black Ice, I do have some tutorials on my YouTube page. So if you have any questions about it, and if you're an expert on Black Ice and have any suggestions, let me know. But glad you're here. And my birds say hi as well. Signal Company. Steel mill upgrade. So this would be the Signal Company. And where do we want to go from here? Combat engineers? Medium artillery, 26% bonus. Heavy anti-air, 26% bonus. Sniper teams. This is not a big investment, and it does give a good bonus. So I'm actually going to go for the sniper teams. Makes our units a little more powerful. Okay, steel mill. That was over here. Very hard, but I have heard it's fine. Yeah, it's hard because it's realistic and it shows how complex creating an offensive and going to war against another country is. So you have to know the progression from natural resources to production, to making equipment, to forming units, to how to conduct an offensive, and how that's all related. And Black Ice does probably the best job of any mod for that. Okay, 26%. This would increase our dockyard output another percent, give us more tank production capacity per assembly plant, but we don't have any. And the production efficiency growth of 5%, but we need that. Yes. Yes. All my videos will be put onto YouTube after I record them. So if you missed number 1 of this is number 2 in the series. Number 1, you could glance through, and it has the pre-war years. There's also some tutorials, and there is a tutorial about the Canadian focus tree. Yeah, check them out sometime. That'd be great. If you have any questions while you're here about Black Ice, let me know. Okay, and we have another factory. So is there anything else we're not producing yet at all? We want to add artillery, and we're not getting enough artillery. And I'm pretty sure we have room. We've got lots of engine capacity, lots of artillery capacity. So let's add another artillery unit. Yeah. Now, a lot of people say starting Hearts of Iron in a nation like Italy. Italy is not good, particularly in Black Ice, because Italy is very, very complex, exceedingly complex. Start with a secondary country, Canada, Romania, Hungary. Fight the Spanish Civil War. Play Norway as your first run through with Black Ice. That's my recommendation. Don't do something that's going to throw everything in large numbers, like Russia, Germany, United States, Britain. They all have their unique challenges, but they're very, very complex. And when you're just getting to know the legwork of how the mod runs, you need something that's a little bit more straightforward. I mean, even Canada is complex in a number of ways. Okay, we need more iron. So we need to do that. Go to 6 of our 7, and that's enough iron. And we have enough to do that as well. So we will be fine for a little while. Okay, the War Measures Act is in. We don't have enough coal. We will bring in some coal from England. We're going to have to solve that. War Measures Act. So we get all these bonuses now. That's important. Influence the Quebec elections. I need something that's going to give us coal. And that would be the Alberta coal towns, but I'm going to have to go through this first. Is that going to do anything for us? Is that going to do anything for us? Not much there. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And if you watch the videos and have any questions, let me know. Oh, that'll get rid of the Great Depression. Let's do that. We got to get rid of all those negative numbers. I don't get a lot of questions on the tutorials, so I can usually get back to you in 1 to 2 days with that. The Humber Scout car. We have the Humber Scout car, and we need to start this at some point. So let's get going there. And I think the Humber Scout car is an improvement from what we were doing. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Some of the parts of Black Ice come to me a little easier. I'm a retired historian, military historian. I worked in preserving a lot of artifacts and explaining and doing education programs. War of 1812, World War I, World War II, Cold War era. And so I've interviewed and talked to a lot of veterans who actually have used the equipment, been to these places, etc. And that's not just from Canada, that's Germans that fought on the Eastern Front, Germans that were submariners, Dutch that watched that watched V2 rockets getting launched, not falling and flying, getting launched. He snuck in as a boy and watched that. That was an interesting conversation I had with him. So I have a lot of practical knowledge, and I do stop from time to time and give a lecture on equipment, situations, places, etc. We no longer get the effects. Okay, so that is good. Our crisis is over. I like the Canadian focus tree in Black Ice because it's got a lot of, they did a good research, and they've got a lot of really true Canadian items that are in there. Warsaw's fallen. Not going to be long. Yeah, Poland's capitulated. They kept their agreement. Okay, well, now we're into the phony war time period. What are we fighting for? It's not uncommon for a soldier to doubt whether what he is doing is really worth it. Can anything justify the sacrifices we ask of you? Can we really demand you to potentially die in pursuit of a goal that you would never see? These are good questions, right? So Mackenzie King's speech in front of the troops appears to have the desired effect as the soldiers broke out in spontaneous cheers. So that ends our little guys not supporting the war effort crisis. Oh, we got a picture of Churchill reviewing the troops here. So good speech, add 5 stability. Yay! 1 for us. There's a famous statement by a British gentleman who said, in order for a soldier to fight, he needs to know how his little battle fits into the big picture. Oh, there we go. We got our 45 days. We've got the new... Well, shadow factories would be good to get 2 more factories, but I think we can do other things. And we need to get going on this, the Riverdale Agreement. This is the beginning of a special part on the Canadian focus tree here. And this all has to do with the British Commonwealth Air Training Program. Canada became the location where everybody went to get trained for aircraft, be it servicing the aircraft, cooking and accounting for the units, engine repair, flying, navigating, gunners. They came from the Commonwealth nations around the world, and even from the United States to some point. And the bases were all over Canada. Okay, we've got that submerged arc welding. So our steel production and whatever is going to boom. Now, we can do anything with this. And we probably should get this excavation. We're going to need more resources. There were 4 things that were needed to beat the Axis in World War II. That was the British tenacity to not give in, the American production, the Russian numbers, and the Canadian logistics capability. How to get things from one place to another, like all the supplies getting from North America across the Atlantic to Europe. That was a Canadian success story. So that's something we're going to represent here in the game to make sure that we have the resources that anybody in the Commonwealth or the United States needs, except for nuclear. I'm not going nuclear path in this. We don't need desert warfare. Better infantry guns would be good. Okay, let's just pause that a second. We're training these guys. And you are Eastern Canada. You are Eastern Canada. You are Eastern Canada. Oh, and you need some training. Put you back in the training unit. There we go. So we've got our 2 main units here. How are they doing? 70% of what they need. And the motorized has 76%. That's going to be very slow growth because it's going to take a long time to get all those transport trucks we need. Now, is there anything that we're starting to have excessive numbers on? Mortars are going up pretty fast. I think we want more than 1,000 in store. And light vehicles are going up pretty fast, but we're going to change our units to use more. So we need a bigger store pile of that. Same with recon equipment. More units are going to need recon equipment. So what we can probably do is take, let's say this unit, and we'll start increasing him. Now we don't have some of the units, but we've got a lot of the stuff they need. And let's take all 4 of these units and do the same thing. So at least we have our units starting to move out of our Depression era equipment levels. That'll make all our numbers look worse. Okay, this is a reoccurring item because of a thing on the focus tree I did. It happens about once a year. And I've got different choices. So this is called the Canadian Federation of Mayors and Municipalities meet. And they will together organize something. Electricity I don't need. Governance would be nice. Stability up would be good. Spur the automotive industry and add an engine factory. I don't need that yet. Regional road development adds an infrastructure. Develop industry capacity. Provincial arms production adds a military factory. And rally war support. Okay, so what do I need more? The military factory or get my war support up? Well, I don't think my guys are ready to fight, so I think I need to get the military factory first. Let's just pause that. skills and training. Let's keep going down this path, and I think we want to go here next. That's the skills and training, and we have that new factory. Okay, and somehow I think the uniforms are probably the most behind. Well, the transport trucks. I do have the engine capacity, and I do have the rubber. I mean, we've got a shortage here that's going to last 3,288 days for the armored cars. 1,699. I mean, it's going to take forever. But let's cover the basics. So a 1,500-day shortage on infantry equipment, 800. So infantry equipment is probably the largest shortage. And once these factories get up to snuff, it'll solve itself, and I will have a surplus to give out to the rest of the Commonwealth. Well, our Navy hasn't run across any German U-boats yet, so that's a good thing. There's the war with Finland. Oh, and we have free factory. It's minus 49% still. Let's add a recruiting center, and we've already done that here, haven't we? No, we haven't. That's our largest area. That's all we can really do right now. And we have another factory. Let's put that into uniforms. Finland rejects Soviet demands. Who'da thunk? Up to 35% now. It's not going to go down. Everything's looking good there. Oh. Okay, the Riverdale Agreement. Forming the plan. As I said, this is the Commonwealth Air Training, Commonwealth Joint Air Training Costs. Yes, sign us up. So this is something I want to do, and I want to do it strong. Training air bases. Pilots from the U.S. The Tiger Moth. We will go directly into the Tiger Moth production. This opens an area on our tech tree. I mean, there's this area here called the plan. So each training aircraft can train 10 pilots at a time. It takes roughly 12 weeks for a pilot to finish his training. The training has a cost, but provides us with a bonus to our air capacities. So right now there's 221 people available, and it's going up 19 a week. I've lost nobody in accidents, and currently I've lost no planes, and I have 35, and I could use 100. And right now the weekly change is +4. So the more planes I get, the more people I can train, and then I can increase that in a number of ways. And then I can take in pilots from around the Commonwealth as well. And this will give bonuses to every other nation in the Commonwealth as I train their pilots for them. End of the League of Nations. Well, there was a failed attempt in history. And war overshadows the Nobel Prize, especially the Prize for Peace. The Nobel Peace Prize just wasn't a thing in 1939. I have low manpower. Imagine that. Okay, we've got the tiger moth. So that's a start. We need to start working on a lot of other things as well. And unfortunately, we have to prepare for an election. Hey, Master, welcome. I'm going to do that. Canada had a very serious election in 1940. Ladder shooting. This is important. Whoop. This adds bonuses to light attack for all ships. So it's really a universal thing. But I have light cruisers, destroyers, and I will have torpedo boats in my fleet before I'm done. So it's mostly the low end, but still, I need to have the newer technologies if I'm going to fight anything that breaks out into the Atlantic, which will not be pretty. I'm going to shy away from submarines. I'm not going to get into carriers at this time. I'm not going to. I should get that. But I need this, and I need the focus of escort patrols first. The other thing I might need to keep up my technologies, well, you know, actually the diesel-powered emergency pumps, that will keep my ships up from sinking longer. A dark comedy joke about Americans. What do you call an American-made method to solve IT issues? A Chinese student? Can I get more than one guess? It's dark comedy, so I don't know whether I can answer this. A troubleshooter. Ah, yeah. As opposed to a troubleshooter, which the United States has a lot of, sometimes. Sorry, that's a Canadianism talking about Americans there. Apologies to all you Americans out there. Oh. Earthquake. I wanted to check my naval production. So I'm slowly building more escorts. And I think I'm going to design an even smaller escort. And I need to design a minesweeper as well, which can be a very, very small boat. And I only need a few of them. And it is August before I get my 2 light cruisers. August 1940, yeah. Okay, so let's only finish that one. And we'll probably start. Okay, Bonnie, I hear ya. Yeah, so until August, we're pretty committed to getting those 2 cruisers ready. What are you upset about? I'm not paying attention to you? You're a pretty bird. I think you're the only person watching you. No need to worry. By the way, speaking of Chinese, I just ended a gameplay as the PRC. I was doing well, just got tired and gave up. Next time, Brazil. Yeah. That's the one good thing about the vanilla version of Hearts of Iron is the vast, unusual things that you can do, and they're fun. Yeah, all my videos also get displayed on YouTube, so I don't know who's going to watch at a later date. Besides, it's very Canadian to apologize. What do you two want? You've got your din din. It's over there. It's over. Your din din's over there. Go get it. Yeah. And if you want to go night night, you want to go night night, you can go night night. I'm not going night night. You can go night night. I'm not going night night. I'm having too much fun. Let's upgrade to those next. The people are going to get upset with you two. They will. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Yelling's not going to get you. You guys are just typical 2-year-olds. You want to go night night, you go night night. I'm not going. Doesn't matter how many times you ask me. Yeah. Sorry, I do have arguments with my birds. I have to prepare for the election. I don't need that. Don't need that yet. Let's do that. The USSR refused to remove their independent guarantee on them. Yeah, big nations are a pain in the ass when they do that, aren't they? Okay. That's the mountain guns. That would keep the artillery up to date. That would give better mediums. I think I'd rather get that first. Better infantry guns. Okay, let's check our training levels here. This guy is Eastern. This guy is Eastern. This guy is Eastern. And everybody on... you guys need a little more training. Okay. Still 70%. I've got to get the infantry equipment and the field uniforms up before I really increase the size numbers. I don't think there's anything silly going on yet. Master, question for you. Are you familiar enough with all of the NATO symbols and what they stand for so that it's not a hindrance to you in black ice? Or is that something that mystifies you and you need to zoom in or hover over the units to get a better idea of what's there? I should probably put a survey up about that at some point in time. I need to know whether people need a tutorial to understand this. Because I hear a lot of talk from people that stream Black Ice occasionally that they don't have a clue on what the NATO symbols are about. I was a gamer since a kid, so in the 60s and 70s, all the board games used the NATO symbols. So, you know, I learned that all at a young age. And if there's anybody watching this on video, question goes out to you. You guys go to bed. Go night-night. Yeah. Night-night. Go on. All building construction speed and the radar station's up. That one's much better. I do need the truck radios, the recon radios. I better go there. You never understood NATO symbols? You just activate the option and play. Yeah, I saw a YouTuber say that, and I went, oh my God, he doesn't have a clue on what's actually there, and he's telling him to do something. He doesn't know any idea on whether they're actually the right type of units to do that. So, what you're telling me is I do need to make such a tutorial. Our autonomy may soon be lowered to colony. Oh, I'm relying on England too much. That isn't good. That isn't good at all. Well, while I'm here, sending the attaché to England would be good. We'll do that. Okay, hey, I know I was out all day and now I'm home, but that's too bad. I'm just looking over what England's numbers are on those. giving me an overview of what they're doing. That's just not good. No, not since my 17s, since the 1970s, 1960s. I was born at the beginning of the 60s, and before the end of the 60s, before I was like 9, 10 years old, I was playing board games with military content. They're pretty simple ones. And all of those, and a lot of games, then by the time I got to high school, I was playing very elaborate board games. And they all use the NATO symbols. So I learned all the basic NATO symbols early. Defense of Canada regulations. I don't like that -5 base stability. I don't need to rush down this. Don't need that yet. I don't need that. That would be good. That would be very good. Let's go with the Montreal shipyards. Let's continue down this line. We have great skill in aircraft, we just don't own any. Oh, let's add another one over in Alberta. Okay, where's my biggest shortage? Transport trucks, I think, are serious. In their original countries, they ran away. Did they come to Canada? From southern Lebanon. They all came to Brazil. Okay, in the beginning of the last century. Yeah. Yeah, no, a lot of people came to North and South America to get away from difficulties in home countries. Yeah, no, very, very, very much. I know a lady, I've known her for years, and she came as a child in the 1970s from Lebanon. Christian Lebanon partly is her heritage. And she always says the only people left in Lebanon are the people that want to fight. Everybody else, all the families have gotten out over the years. Go to bed. Go night-night. Stop bothering me, you two. There they go. I think maybe they've gone. Maybe we'll have no more birdie sounds. Can't get over that 70% threshold. It'll take forever. I need those, but I need so many other things. There's the Montreal shipyards. I really need to get those doctrines. Let's jump down there. This is going to ding. No. Because I have it set for 2 extra techs. Okay, so that's up to March 29th, which is 3 days. Hey, this has come down to July 29th. Yay. Oh, I'm short on steel, though. So, I need to get more. That should handle that. That handled that well. Okay. So I've got that ship done. There that is. We need to assign a new commander and set him to train. Let's just call this training fleet. Oh, you two are back. Decided not to go to bed, huh? Yeah, I know you're a pretty bird. You're a very pretty bird. Pretty bird. Pretty bird. Pretty bird. So let's design a small escort that is let's call this a minesweeper. It's designed 1940 March. And we will historic minesweepers. Yes. So we want damage control. We want the best hulls. The range on these doesn't need to be that far, but I don't want it exceedingly short. So let's make it medium. The engine doesn't need to be big at all. What will 5,000 do? Quite low. 5,000 might be too small. We'll go up to 8. It needs to have sonar. Now, it doesn't really need a lot of guns, so we're just going to go with 1 gun, high angle, and the big shells. We'll give it the best of those. It does need to have mine warfare, mine sweeping gear, and only mine sweeping gear. Okay, we'll need one additional there. And what's the IC cost difference on these? It's a 9. That's a 14. So half again more. We'll give them one heavy anti-aircraft guns. I think that's it. That's 810. So if we turn this down from 8,000 to 6,000, 773, we go from a heavy aircraft gun to a light aircraft gun. 788, not an awful lot. Okay. These are not really going to be in combat. $38 IC, and that goes down to 8 IC. We'll give them some ability, but it's also anti-air, so that'll lower it. And I don't want to lower these. I want to give them the technology to be able to hit. They don't need to go anywhere fast because they are mine sweeping. Okay, good night, Master. Take care. See you another time. So 761, and if I go increase the engines, 778, and that really don't need the engine. 20 knots I think is all I really need for mine sweeping. They won't generally be traveling with the fleet, and I'm only guarding against submarines that are going to, or I could send them over to the British Isles area, or I keep them at home and guard against U-boat dropped mines, which could be a thing. So I need this. So I think that's going to be fine. And I think I'm going to short form this to just be MS, Minesweeper, 1940 March, made from an Escort, improved design hull. Here we go. So I want to make those, and it's going to pop it up in a couple of months. So I want to make 4 of those. And the first 3 I definitely want in the Atlantic. I may put one on the Pacific. Don't know whether I'm going to develop much of a Pacific fleet. I may wait till 1942 to even think about that. I can always transfer them around to the Pacific. Okay. I've got 32 points. I think I have a naval guy. I have 2 naval guys. These are the guys at the far east. So let's assume an expert. Smoke screen. He's not a spotter, he's a combat. Okay. That's all we can do there. There we go. Okay, so we got the 20-foot. We got the new lights. Let's do the mediums next. Not that we're building any, but we might as well build better ones. Okay, Eagle Squadron is formed. Excellent. Eagle Squadron was the an early group that of flyers. They actually went over to England just before the war started. They were recruited from England to fly in the RAF with an all-Canadian squadron, Eagle Squadron. And the first casualty from my hometown was actually shot down over Dunkirk in the France campaign in April 1940. And the number 2 man was quite incredible. A man by Campbell, he was locally, and he died during the battle, the last end, like September, in the Battle of Britain. And of course, Douglas Bader, the famous no-leg pilot of the British, was the one that led that Canadian squadron, who literally bailed out by removing one of his artificial legs. And they knew he was alive when the Germans sent a request over for a plane to send a replacement artificial leg for him. Douglas Bader, incredible book, good movie, good history. The German Reich declared war on Denmark. From the United Kingdom. They want to give me Lee Enfields and a bunch of old uniforms. Well, I'll accept them. Norway joined the Allies. The war is spreading. The war is spreading. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to transfer these 3 units into here. And we're going to call this now Home Forces. And we're going to call this one Canadian Expeditionary Force Group 1. And we are going to send them to England. Via Liverpool. These are not great units, but if push comes to shove, they're, I think, trained well enough to help defend England. Check on our pieces and stuff. Okay, I don't need the garrison equipment anymore. Garrison equipment. I will dispose of. And infantry equipment just isn't going down. Put another one in there. Truck radios. I need more radios now. Really, radar is good, but reconnaissance, coordination, planning speed, that's all necessary things. Mortar teams are going into everything. Truck radios need to go in the mobile units now as well, which will give me a bigger shortage of radios. But that's what I want to know, is how many more I need. Superior firepower. Okay, this is the start of my doctrines. And I wanted to go the artillery route. Invasion defense, division defense on core territory, factory bomb. Okay, well that will give me invasion defense up 10. And for the next 2 years, I'm worried about that more. And that's a defense up 5, but give me breakthrough, soft attack for support companies only. So I think I want to go here. There's my escort fleets. Thank you very much. So that gives me the pluses on the doctrines I need. So let's pop back over and I think I need training bases plus 100. I need the training air bases. My hometown had what was called TTS-1, Technical Training School 1. It was, they took over a provincial mental health institution that was newly built, state-of-the-art for 1939. And the government took it over to use as a military training base. And ground personnel that supported the aircraft came from all over the world to TTS-1. It's a site I'm very familiar with and the history of that. So people involved in fixing airplanes from around the world for 60 years after the war, right up to 2000, people knew of my hometown and that site because that's where they had their initial training. It was the largest training base in the whole Commonwealth Air Training Program. Okay, I've got 230 points. Can't do anything in here yet. Now, I should give refuge to German scientists to get that 2% research bonus. Can't do resources yet. Well, infrastructure, railway construction, medical research, polymer, fuel company, industrial concerns. I think I'll wait till I get more points. Yeah. The officer corps under the naval, I can do something here. Defense skill chance, best of the best. Starting level of new Navy leaders is up. Naval leader cost is up. Naval intelligence to others is down 5%. Cool. Signals training, Navy leader maneuver skill plus 30%. Coordination skill plus 30. Academy scholarships. Starting level of new naval leaders is plus 1. Naval leader cost is half. Aggression. Attack skill is up. Restraint. Defense skill is up. I'm going to need that. So let's go with the calculated restraint. If we have to fight in our little ships, big German ships, we need to fight with restraint, not with all gun-ho. We need to last a long period of time, let the convoy ships get away. And there's some very famous episodes or incidents in the Atlantic of that actually happening involving Canadian ships. There's a famous incident that happened in the Atlantic when one of the German ship's surface raiders broke out. And there's a ship that's remembered that was lost going in and firing its guns off and holding the ship off at bay. It went in with aggression and it got sunk quickly. A Canadian ship with 50-year-old guns was a converted merchant ship. Fought it through the fog and for distance defensively for a long period of time. And the entire convoy got away, and the surface raider didn't get to sink very, very many other than the initial salvos. And it's remembered for that British ship that heroically sunk with all hands, not for the Canadian that fought for so long so all the guys could get away. Typical Canadian style. Okay, we're over in England. Yeah. So we're going to bring one up to the north. Well, we'll go to Newcastle. We'll take the infantry down to Dover. I've got 31 points. If I want to increase this unit again, I'm going to duplicate it. And we're going to call this an infantry, not a small infantry now. And I have 31 points. So I want to be able to add signals adds 522 defense. Maintenance is not as much as required. Signals division to it. An artillery unit to it. And 2 more infantry to it. Okay, and we will make that symbol into the 1x symbol to signify that it's bigger. It's not quite historic, but it is what it is. So this is now a 10 infantry and 2 artillery. I like keeping track of my units this way. It just helps me make a progression of growing units. And we will save that. Okay, and this poor little guy in England is the only guy I'm going to convert for now. And as we convert him, look, we have nowhere near the infantry equipment, the uniforms, the handheld anti-tank, the radios, and we have half of the light artillery to give him. But we do have the support equipment, the horse, the infantry guns, the mortar, machine gun teams, and the manpower. Okay. So that is a larger unit getting ready for combat. Canada's all, the way I'm playing this is Canada's all about building up their units to be powerful enough to withstand defense. And we will build up our offensive capabilities later. Armored Car 2. Command cupolas. Fundamental tank design. Oh, fireworks. It's a holiday weekend here in Canada. And even though it's Saturday night and the official holiday is Monday, fireworks will go off every night over this weekend. We are celebrating what's called Victoria Day. Good old Queen Victoria, who was on the throne from 1837 to about 1902, I think. And it was one of the first national holidays in the country. And her birthday was May 24th. So every year in Canada, on the weekend, on the Monday of May 24th or before, we celebrate that Monday as Victoria Day with fireworks. It's, in my region, the kickoff of summer in Canada. It's now safe to put things in the ground that you're not going to get frost and all that kind of stuff. So it's a very change of season. It's one of the reasons why it's held on here in Canada, because it's really a winter and spring are over and we are finally into summer. Celebration. All the major campgrounds open. The boats are all in the water for the summer. For this weekend, it is the big kickoff. And I'm at home. I went for a long leisurely drive with a friend today, though. Okay, so Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands all join the Allies. So now this is a mess. Yeah, there's the Lend-Lease is over of that equipment. Thank you, England. Okay, we got the training bases done. I need to get through this. So, am I going to go with the coalition government? Or am I going to go with the Liberal government? I think I want to go with the Liberal government. I'm going to stick with King, which is the traditional way to go. There was a lot of debate during that election in Canada about conscription. By the end of the war, 3 out of 4 men between the ages of 18 and 35 were in uniform. Something like over 90 to 95% were volunteer. Yet, we eventually passed conscription, which was very unpopular in the French-speaking part of our country, in Quebec. So there's another little Canadian history lecture. So what was it? Conscription, not necessarily, but necessarily conscription? I think that was the term. Okay. Anything I want to do here? Get my war support up. Pretty bird. I hear you, pretty bird. That would get stability and war support up. Where would I lose my land for this? Manitoba. Hungary joined the Axis powers. Iceland has capitulated. What the hell happened there? Oh, they capitulated to the British. From being Danish, that surrendered immediately. So the British have taken over Iceland. Okay. Yeah, I know my tank production capacity is down. Oh, look at that. Almost everybody's up to the training level. So you guys are all home districts. You actually need training. Oh, that guy's on the west coast. Guy's in Toronto. Guy's in New Brunswick. He is this. We take him to that. Of course, we don't have the infantry equipment. We've got everything else. He will need training. Let's get him as well. Training. So far, no German U-boat offensive. That's good. We've got to be getting close to getting our naval improvements. June 24th is our first minesweeper, I do believe, of 4. And July 30th. So 2 months away for the first heavy cruiser, or light cruiser. How are we doing here? Well, June 11th, and Holland and Belgium are still holding out. It's not too bad. Oh, that's a big one. Right there, we'll get that one. I don't think I'm making any of those yet. Oh, that's going to be an improvement down the road. Okay. We're actually getting close on some of this stuff. We now have the Liberal government. Okay, Okay, basic stability goes up 3, political power gain up 2. Output 3, dockyards output 3. Recruitable population, I'm not too concerned yet. Long Branch Arsenal. 2 military, 2 artillery foundries. I see cost for artilleries go down 5%. We'll be traditional and we'll do that. We hit core. Okay, I think we can get away from there. That's going to increase research speed. I don't think there's any more radios that are needed. No. We need to watch our training. Level 5. That's labeled Eagle Squadron. The Eagle Squadron was the American squadron. I'm thinking of 242 Squadron, which was the all-Canadian one. Do they have their wires crossed? Netherlands has capitulated June 27th. And of course, look, they've got all their troops on the eastern side and nothing to the north. Who do we have over here? The 38th Welsh, 2 garrison divisions, another the Belfast garrison, 5 garrison divisions. My uncles aren't there this time. I had 2 uncles in France in 1940. Uncle Gordon and Uncle Tom. They both got off at Dunkirk. Both were sent to North Africa. One came back as a training sergeant later in the war. The other one was taken as a prisoner of war and was a guest of the Germans in part of Poland and got to work in a coal mine. Just like my father, who stayed home in northern England, who worked in a coal mine through the war. He was never drafted because of the need for coal miners. Matter of fact, there's a group of individuals that were used, usually younger men, boys, and they were sent to work in the coal mines because they didn't have enough coal miners. Okay, I need to look at what I can do here. This is terrible. I need to at least do that. Should have changed that long ago. factories are getting good. Belgium's not going to last long. There goes Ghent. There goes Brussels. And they're gone. Now the French don't have anything on this part of the front. And the British run like hell. We're out of here, say the British. Improved infantry weapons 2. Training the trainers. Oh, look at the British run. Look at them run. We're running back to Cherbourg. We've got armor in the Channel Islands. Yeah, it's a good place for armor. They're running all the way to Brittany. That's not a very friendly AI from England in this game. That's terrible. Just abandoned France. The game does not want... I'm going to have to do a French run-through. Give France a fighting chance. See, last time I checked, they had my uncles somewhere down here. 52nd, 55th, 31st, 48th, 4th. Which of those two units? Planes and the 54th, the 9th, 51st, 49th, the London Division, the 8th, 32nd. What did they do with my uncles? Should be a motor. There it is. The 50th Northumbrian Division. They're being sent to Egypt. My Uncle Gordon, his part of the 50th, they were with the DLI, the Durham Light Infantry, different battalions. His battalion, I think both battalions, actually came over and they were first sent into Iraq because of the possible uprising that could happen there. They were then sent over to Cyprus. They thought Cyprus was going to get invaded. And then they were brought back to Egypt. And both of my uncles participated in the battle in this part of the world. My Uncle Gordon was taken prisoner at the Battle of Tobruk when the British forces were surrounded and had to surrender. My Uncle Tommy fought in the Battle of El Alamein, and after that, he was a sergeant. He was a corporal in France, and he was a sergeant by this time, and he was actually sent home as a training instructor because of his experiences. And also the possibility he may have been what they called shell shock, post-traumatic stress. He was a lifer in the Army. He stayed in a good career. Okay, we have lots done. Both of our light cruisers are done. Okay. So let's have a look at that light cruiser design. And can we improve it at all? Yes, we can. So 1940 August. We can give it that and that. I think that's it. We don't have radar yet. I'm not adding anything else on there yet. Okay, so this is the new iteration of the light cruiser, slightly improved on the controls for the guns and the anti-air. So we'll do that, and we'll start construction of one more light cruiser. What's this fleet called? Training. There it is. Okay. And we want the training fleet to take in those two light cruisers and train them. And that still gives us 3 more points. So we could convert one of those light cruisers up already before we train it up. We could hold off. We could produce another destroyer or an escort boat. We're already making an escort. Let's go with the destroyer. And I think we can increase these too. September 1939 to 1940 August design. And that's the same improvements. No torpedoes. And they do have minesweeping capability. The destroyers do. That's for going with the fleet into combat zones. So that's their minesweeper, an ASW. Hey. ASW. Why can't I see that? ASW. That would be 8 torpedoes and 2 AA. That's the new design. We will expand. Canada and her little ships. Oh. Okay, we're through here. I think we need to do something about that tank assembly plant. Don't know when we'll get another one, but let's add one. Be done by December. And what are we missing most of? Infantry equipment. Trucks is even more. I want to solve the infantry equipment before the trucks. We've got no airplanes that we're building. We need to start assisting. So we want to go start with the bombers, or Spitfires, or Hurricanes. I think we'll start with Spitfires. Hurricanes cost more. They are interceptors. They're actually multi-role. I have Hurricanes already over there. So we will go with Hurricanes. That's going to be very, very slow to start with. That's the start of our Air Force production. Paris falls. We know France is falling soon. Romania joins the Axis. Look at them gobble up France. Diesel-powered emergency pumps. That's a ship improvement. It's 1940. I still need the doctrine. But I can get advanced steam turbines. Nobody has it yet in the Commonwealth. We're going to be the first. Look at France crumble. That gets us the coal we need. Well, I go Cherbourg, I think. Yep, there it goes. That was enough. The Ram tank design. Oh, the Ram tank. Failed Canadian tank. When the Expeditionary Force was evacuated from Dunkirk, it left behind the majority of its equipment, including tanks. This left Britain with very few tanks and insufficient production to also supply Canada. It was decided to produce tanks locally in Canada, and the Montreal Locomotive Works was designated the Canadian Tank Arsenal. Design work began on using the drivetrain and engine of the American M3 Lee, that's the bottom half, as the base of this new tank. And that's actually correct. in history. So we do proceed because it just gives us a 15% bonus on light tank technology. The ram tank was good for training, and the local regiment became armored in my city and had the best maintenance record. So it eventually became the distribution unit for Canadian Armored in European theater of operation, the Tank Delivery Corps. And all the personnel for armor trained came through that unit. And therefore, the local guys who were tankers actually quite often went forward with the tanks to the other armored units. So my city, after World War II, had more tankers per capita than probably any other city in Canada. They're all over the place. They're all gone now. My son back in high school had to do a project on World War II. And he said, Dad, all your military museum contacts, I'd like to interview so I don't have to write an essay. Can I interview somebody who was with tanks? And I said, sure. And we lined up an individual. My boss lined up an individual. And found out that he was going to come in with a buddy who was even more interesting because he landed on D-Day. So my son was really impressed. He was going to have 2 tankers, and one had landed on D-Day. This would give him a great interview to do for his high school project. And the veteran came in, and he was all nervous because he'd never talked to anybody about his experience. And the fact he'd agreed to talk to some kid, he was nervous as hell. And my son rode over on his bicycle from high school and was all excited that he was going to meet this gentleman who'd landed on a tank on D-Day. And he walked into the museum location and back to where we'd set up an interview. And they looked at each other, and he goes, oh, him. And he's the tanker? And my son knew him. And the tanker goes, you the kid that wants the interview? He goes, yeah. As it turned out, my son had delivered newspapers to him for 4 years. They talked every day that he delivered 6 days a week. And it never came up in the conversation that he was a tanker. And the guy was extremely relaxed because he knew this kid. And so the interview went off without a hitch. But my son was very let down. He thought it would be a big, great experience to talk to this tanker who landed on D-Day. As it turned out, it was a guy in his neighborhood who he'd talked to every day for the last 4 years, pretty much. Oh. I want that. Ooh, all these guys are done training. There's our guy that's overseas. And all these guys go into this unit. Nobody's trading right now. You should get organization first. And that's all you get. I thought I'd done economically. I need to move ahead. Yeah, that's got general mobilization. No attacks on our fleet yet. Greece joins the Allies. So we do not have a big naval war, at least so far. Okay, we have a large escort that's done. Training. And we will assign him. Where is he? He's there. We need to assign him to the forward group, which is these guys. Get over there, bud. Okay. Fundamental tank design. I guess the next thing we need well, we need to get the best equipment, so let's get the Willies. Electronic computing. Okay, we need to step away. We need to go to our naval doctrine. And we need that escort patrols. That's the one that we need. Right there. Okay, how is our buddy doing? 67%. What are you missing? Infantry equipment. You have uniforms. 1 cavalry, radios. Radios and infantry equipment. And the other guy, that's not what I want. %, and you are going to be missing trucks, and trucks. You have heavy transport. You're missing infantry equipment, uniforms, whatever. Okay, so I need to change I need reinforcements at the top. I don't have garrisons. Heavy trucks are a low priority. Upgrades and operations. Right now, That's the stuff that we need. No needs really in any of those. So it's all really between upgrades and reinforcements. So we want to prioritize reinforcements over upgrades. Okay, and the other thing we want is there is a Battle of Britain going on. You guys are trained by now. Yes, you are. We need you to participate here. We're getting our ass kicked. We're going to continue to get our ass kicked. This is not progressing very fast. We need to work on that. You're back! A modern day game that is still in early access but is already available and has a lot of content. It's a geopolitical simulator called World Warfare and Economics. Okay, I will look that up. If you have a link to the Steam page or better info, private message me here on this live feed and give me the link, and I will look that up probably tomorrow morning. That sounds interesting. Geopolitical simulator. World Warfare and Economics. That sounds like my sort of thing. You can't send it as a straight message. I don't think I can retrieve that. You have to click on my name. I think, and send it as a private message. Because it won't let this. I can't allow people just to put in any website. There's enough nut bars that would put up pornography, hate stuff, and all kinds of other things. I've seen it with, well, even my daughter has had that. So I can't allow just anybody to put a link up. Damn. So you can send me a message on Twitch, or I think you can somehow click on my name and send that link to me directly. But you can't type it here. Oh. Do I have more steel than I need? No. I don't need that. The general election of 1940 adds 2 stability and 40 political power. Multi-altitude flying. Let's keep going. Or I think we want to convert over to better Spitfires. Why does that keep bouncing down? I obviously have some kind of a doctrine which brings it back. No, I was the one above it before, which isn't exist anymore. I need 225 to get partial. But I can get there. Okay. Colonies for Free France. That's nice, but I don't think that's a priority for me. Gotta get going on this. Trotsky survives the assassination attempt. Good for Trotsky. Okay, Canadian Federation of Mayors Municipalities again. Rally War Support, up 5. Military factory. I want another military factory. And I'm going to put it into uniforms. Because I want to be over on uniforms for a while. Okay. How's the air war in Europe? My planes are all shot down but 3. We are losing the air war in southern England miserably. I don't get the numbers. Okay. We outnumber them. I have to rebuild that squadron. Let's pull you into reserve up here in Edinburgh. %. Still need infantry equipment. Still need the radios. And your priority pardon me. Okay, we have another escort that's done. And you're located there. So let's put you in the middle group, which is these guys. Advanced machine tools. 60% for that. Take that. Okay, that escort's done in November. Next November for the next next Allied cruiser. That's done there. Cool. Okay. Oh, what happened? Oh, Italy did an invasion. Oh my. Well, he's still holding on down here. Well, he's not asking me for my troops yet. National Research Council gets me an extra research unit in 30 days. We'll do that. Keep moving up. Partial. In 1941, before I'm fully mobilized for the war effort. Look at that. I have extra uniforms. I'm starting to assemble extra equipment. I think I can probably cut out horse equipment because I will be converting. Moreover, not quite there on mortars, machine guns yet. Handheld anti-tank, light vehicles I'm going to want more. Heavy I'm going to want more. Infantry guns, we actually have more than that. Let's put it into radios. Willie's Jeep. We got the Willie. There it is. the universal carrier. The Ram Kangaroo. Yeah. They ended up taking the turrets off the Rams after D-Day in 1944 and used them for armored transport. That was the invention of what we call today the armored personnel carrier, a Canadian thing. And the Kangaroo, the Ram Kangaroo, was the most popular one at first. And they became attached to a secret, what they call the funnies in the British. So they never showed up on any of the war reports. They were a classified unit. They were so secret. But that was a Canadian invention and implementation after D-Day, between D-Day and the end of the war, was the invention and incorporation, and they were heavily used from the breakout of the Fallujah Gap all the way through to the end of the war, pretty much. And a Canadian logistics invention, getting guys to the front without getting shot in armored personnel carriers. What a concept. Very Canadian. Where are we going to go? Guess we're not really there yet. The National Research Council. Can't go here until I have rubber processing. Can't go there until I do war bond. 2 military, 2 artillery factories, the Long Branch, which makes everything cheaper. National Steel Car, 6 million 2 engine. I don't need the aluminum. I'm not building the airplane yet. That's because I've lacked in this area. That's French. That's French. That's the British fleet. Canadians are not involved. Our convoys are getting through. Through our zones, anyway. Red steam turbines. We can now design better ships. We need this. And I don't have escort patrols yet. we're going to go with that. But I can redesign a new ship now. Saint-Pierre and Miquelon. French Republic, take them over. Those are two small fishing islands, very, very, very close to Canada in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. They were allowed to remain as French after the 7-Year War, when all of Canada became British, taken away from the French officially. But France was allowed to keep those two islands so the French fishermen could come and fish in the waters and dry out their fish before they went back to France, which was required to preserve the catch because they didn't use ice in those days. And of course they were officially Vichy of the fall, so Free France has now taken them back. They're located here. Saint-Pierre and Miquelon. And now things are moving along. Okay. That was our new light cruiser, I believe. And they're all done. $16 days, so we're going to send them both in to get upgraded. Send this guy off. And I think we were him next. There we go. That will be the next phase. Spitfire Mark II. And we need to do the Hurricane. That's that. The Gabon is done. All the little pieces that Free France reclaimed. Okay, increased production of trainer aircraft. Yes, I'm still really down. We'll do that. The colonies of Vichy French joined the Axis. Yeah. Field uniforms. We have better uniforms. Let's go with the Bren gun. And better uniforms. How are things doing? French units. Norway's still holding quite well into January 41. England supporting them? I don't see English troops. Germans are not doing a very strong offensive there. That's going okay. Britain has definite troubles in Egypt. It's slowly breaking apart Italian East Africa. I know what I want to start doing. I want to start making medium artillery. %94 of the equipment is there. And I'm probably missing radios. Yeah, no. What am I missing? Or apparently nothing. What, 6%? So these numbers must be wonky the way they're reporting these. %. Here showing down infantry equipment. Okay. Field uniforms are going well. I could probably cut back a factory on field uniforms. And the anti-tanks. Probably can eliminate that for now. And cut back 1 on the field uniforms. Increase 1 there. And now I have production capability. Still armored cars down. also do that. Start getting the aircraft production. Greece has capitulated. I better get through this. I have 6 more. So 1 there, another one here, another one here, another one here. Don't have the air production capacity. I'm going to have to do something about that. Another one there, and I've got 2 more. We will venture into very light anti-aircraft. And mechanized equipment, the universal carrier. Down a rubber. I have a lot more bauxite than I need, so I don't need to get that from you anymore. Okay, naval. We can deal with, look at that. We have green control in almost all of the Atlantic. No U-boats giving us hell in January 1941. One battle going on. It doesn't involve any Canadian ships. Cool. This has a destroyer. We will upgrade you first. Okay, that's the far end. This is the middle, and you have a destroyer that needs upgrading as well. You are the home end, and we will do one of your destroyers. Upgrading. And you are the training division, which is merrily working away. And the home defense is done. We can go back to our offensive doctrine choice of integrated support. We're starting to get there. Escort patrols, that's the one we were waiting for. And convoy doctrine, we can't go down. Improve destroyer screen tactics. Destroyer patrol. Yes, we'll do that. Okay. I know I'm going to overcompensate here at some point. No Canadian ships involved. That's the big bad fleet. That's what I need the Brits to keep doing. You guys are getting fixed or what? Why are you all there? Why did you come on there? Oh! This is the Destroyers for Bases deal, where England was given a large number of destroyers for trading off a 100-year lease on many bases, including Gander, Newfoundland. And a number of those old destroyers, Destroyer 1s, were actually sent to Canada instead of going over to, yeah. That's what those are. Okay, I was wondering what that was. So that's my training squadron, right? I want to take them all together, but the light cruisers can come off. Okay, and this guy's repairing the Ontario and the Quebec. So there we go. This one is repaired. Okay, so that's the Quebec. We want our advance unit here to take on the Quebec, which is that one. They're refitting. Is that the one? Why is the Huron? That's the training fleet, okay. Which one is it? I think it's that one. Yep. So Atlantic 3 now has its light cruiser in its task force. And on the second group, can now get its light cruiser in its task force. Fix my up and down stability issue. What's my production crisis situation? It is air production capacity. I've got lots of things to do that. But I might as well add an air assembly plant any which way. Okay, so I'm entirely caught up here. I've got the old American destroyers. Which I totally forgot about. And I have an engine. And I've built all of my minesweepers. Okay. So what I can do is I can take a large one and I have a 1200 engine on this. I'm going to change this. This is going to be split into two lines. So 1941 February, and this is going to be large escort type 2. Because I'm doing a redesign on the engine. So 1200 SPH in the advanced engine. going to give me better speed, increased range, increased light attack capability, better fuel, better surface visibility, better surface. Great. Do I have those yet? I don't. Okay, but I can give them that and that and that. And we're actually just going to name these after the frigates. It's a new, technically a new class, but it's doing all the same things. It's just better. We're going to save that. And we're going to make one of those. But I'm also the old unit is not outdated. Where's the button? Where's the button to make this not an outdated design? I know there's a button here somewhere. When saving this design, create a new design for free. The original design will remain unchanged and you can continue using it as you deploy the new design. Is that what I want? I should have done that first. No. Recommission. That's the button I'm after. It's still an active design. But I'm going to add the little -1. And the engine is the difference, but I may upgrade one class now differently than the other. So the class has split into 2 different design possibilities. Okay. So the first thing I want to do with these is to now create a variant. Not yet. We'll let them keep sailing. And I have 3 points, got 48. Now, do I have enough points I can actually okay, so this is where I want to create a variant. What I want to do, save as new. Okay, so this is what I'm comparing against. So this new design is faster. With different capabilities and a lot more guns. With heavier armor. So it's going to be using a lot more people, have more speed, have more range, have more strength, have a much higher attack capability. It will have a torpedo capability where the other one didn't. It will have a higher depth charge and a much higher armor. So a much bigger, heavier ship. Still classified as a screening ship, but it's a much heavier fighting screening ship. So, if this is designed to fight, I still want to maintain that. I think that is what I want to do. This is becoming CL-2. Interwar. And this is a 1941 February design. And as you can see, it's a large improvement over the other CL. And its big difference is the armor, the engine is bigger and newer. And it's got heavier armor. Yeah. So 138 and 70, 150 and 80. Doesn't have the same speed, so 13. We go to the biggest engine possible. It's going to be an expensive ship. Expensive as hell. It's going to be much easier to see. It's going to use a lot more fuel. And use more supplies, of course. 150 more personnel, 25% more people on board. Yeah. Yeah, it's like half again as much cost. That's a big ship. It's much bigger than the other one. Look at my steel increase needs. I may not be able to get enough can't. I can't get enough steel. I have to import steel for this project. Okay. I import steel. No capability yet. That's putting me way under, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm just getting it rolling. And I'm going to need more aluminum and steel. Oh, it actually has the Canadian tanks in here in the pre-builds. I didn't know that. It's got the RAM. I didn't know that. Huh. I didn't know that. I learned something new. That steel should come out when we get that. And the aluminum, we just need to do that. I think I've got myself straightened away. I have all kinds of ships that can be upgraded as well. Okay, we're going to be busy. Oh, Leon Trotsky got himself assassinated in yet another game of Black Ice. So far, he's like 0 and a million, I think, on the numbers. It's hard-coded that Trotsky doesn't survive. Hey, what's this? What? What's this? The 1st Royal Hussars Armoured Division, a British armoured unit, is making its way across Canada. Why are you doing that? And it's the 1st Royal Hussars as well. Why? Why did you do that? Why did you travel across Canada? It's not a goodwill tour, I don't think. He needed to get from the Pacific to the Atlantic for some reason. That's unusual. Finally get to a war economy. That's got to be a Dominion of Canada fight. It is! We've got German submarines in our waters. We lost British ships. U-24 and U-26. I need to increase, and I'm working at it real hard. We will get there. Yugoslavia. Bulgaria. The Brengan. Here's 1941. It's anti-tank. I don't even think I'm making any anti-tanks. Something I need to look at. Should really work towards that. Permanent Joint Defense Board. That was the beginning treaty, and actually the first time in North American history when Canada and the US did something jointly together militarily. And that is something that has not ended to this current day since that Permanent Joint Defense Board. So all of the Devil's Brigade Special Forces came after that, and all of NORAD and all of the other mutual defense treaties dealing with water and whatever else that Canada and the US have all started back that. Before that time period, it was still viewed that the Americans could get aggressive to take Canada, to be that manifest destiny was still in American politics up after 1900. The whole reason we were formed was so that the Americans, to counterbalance the American manifest destiny attitude. We're starting to progress quickly now. And we've got all our equipment pretty much in line, except for armored cars. So now we can start making other things and upgrading our units. Look, they're leaving us alone to defend the Dover coast. How nice of the Brits. 100%, 97%. And it's essentially transport trucks. Okay. So infantry units, we can start doing things. Let's transfer you boys out here. Transfer you here. Okay. You over to here. And you two are going to get upgraded to the best unit we have when we have everything except the infantry equipment. And we have most of it. We're not taking all of our supplies on anything. So now we're going to have to start looking at actually manpower, because now we have the stuff. Okay. I don't like the design of that unit. We are now going to add anti-air and a medium artillery to these units. So we'll change that. It's a full-size unit now. It's a full-size division to a 2X. Combat width is 24.5, so it's under 25. And we may make this into our main fighting infantry unit and grow from here. Okay, so we will do that. And we will take our fully fitted unit, and in outfitting him, we don't have the medium artillery, we've got half of it, and we don't have the anti-air yet. Got it, we got everything else. And we're going to switch over some of that artillery at some point in time. Good stuff. Yugoslavia is gone. It doesn't look like there's an air war anymore. We're rebuilding this unit and it needs training. We have some crappy other units for air. we got to figure out where we want that unit. Well, it's got two large escorts. That's got one. We don't really need him there. It's going to be a specialized unit, I think. There's two still getting trained. Okay, and there's two that are done, which are minesweeping. No sign of any German mines yet. So Canada and England actually traded ships in a number of ways. And one of the ways is they made steel destroyers for us, and we made all their small stuff. In particular, the wooden minesweepers. And a lot of them were actually made in the Great Lakes and then shipped out. I've got some stories about that I can tell you too. What happened here? That was the British loss, not us. That was Mountbatten's fault. A lot of things were Mountbatten's fault. We can base the whole Dieppe thing on him. We got the anti-tank upgrade. And this is the Construction 3 upgrade. Basic ship factories. Their production capacity up 1. Maximum shipyards +5. Tank and artillery. We're getting caught up here. Can we afford that base stability hit? I think we can now. We'll do that. Okay, we've got anti-tank guns. %, we'll need that. We will need that. Permanent joint board defense. Ready to go. I think we need those trains. Oh, we have 7 to spare still. So we don't need them yet. I'm way behind on this. And I need, not making any anti-air, I don't think. Making anti-tank. Not any anti-air. Okay, so I can start converting with the reconnaissance. Cavalry? Yeah, I've got the units to do that. Okay. And the logistics unit to car. I've got the light vehicles to do that. It saves the horse transport. That would be truck, and I can't do that yet. Engineer company, I don't think I can change. Signal company will be motorized. Okay, I think that's the 2 changes I can do, which will put more car, less horse. When I have the units, I've got the base model, and then I can come up to this level. So this is actually based on 3 artillery. I can do that. think I need another in the AA for at least a while. And I'm going to need steel. And it aired out. Oh my goodness. It aired out. Let's reload. So we're going to lose a little bit of time on that because it'll go back to the first of the month. I don't know what date it was. We'll have to redo what we lost. I don't know why it aired out. Hope we didn't lose an awful lot. We will definitely lose that unit upgrade that we were doing. We'll have to see if we can figure out why it aired out. What's up? Well, the game just aired out. I don't know why. Nothing bizarre. So I'm back to April 1st. And that's a fair bit of a loss. That's before I upgraded a lot of units. What military generals do I have? Charles Folks is my field marshal. Oh, in political. My officer corps. Douglas Morrison. I only have 2 theorists. Norman Rogers and Patrick Drabier. Click the flag. Click the flag. Not following you, guy. Scroll down. What are you after? Military generals do I have? There's military staff. What are you after? I don't know what you're asking. Are you sure this is a black ice question and not a regular Hearts of Iron question? There, military staff. Well, let me see. Basic officer training. There, military staff. Scroll up. Is this what you're after? The ministers and politicians? You're after the ministers and politicians. Is that what you're after? Okay, okay. John Buchanan, Ralph Maybank, Kenneth Stewart, C.D. Howe, the Minister of Everything as he was known, Charles McNeill, Leo Ratlesh. I don't think it's Ralesh, it's Ralesh. Harry James Barber, Joseph Hurt, okay, and Maurice Duplessis. Okay. So he's one. I can't get rid of him yet. There's a point on the tech tree where I can get rid of him. Let's go over them again for you. And what are your comments about these? I don't think I can get rid of him either, really. Right? He's the union leader. He's the crime fighter. Code breaker. Captain of industry. Public works. Popular figurehead. Minister of Education and Schools. Minister of Pensions and National Health. And good old champion of peace, man of faith. So I have to figure out what caused this to crash and what I lost. So I had just redone a number of things. And that's one of the things that I'd done. So I lost almost a month's worth of play here. Which included taking my small escorts These are minesweepers. They shouldn't be out on the open water like that. Okay, so I got to figure out what else I lost. It's all the American destroyers that were given to me. And that unit is not upgraded. I've lost a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, that's not nice. Not a very nice game crash. I do have a production capacity being built here. It's almost finished. At least I should have. Well, still a few months off by the looks of it. Move that up a little bit. Be another month and a half. So I'm not impressed. I'm not exactly sure what I lost on my gameplay. I'll have to redo it. I know moving those ships around. And there were some production changes. That's when Yugoslavia. Okay. Now, have the AA and the anti-tank. There's the anti-tank. I don't have the AA. So the AA was added. I hate backtracking like this. Like, I know I had 2 of those before I was done, so I've lost even more. And I was redesigning this unit. Yeah, this unit was a small redesign into 3 artillery, of which 1 was a medium. And I was adding the anti-air. Actually, I want anti-air and anti-tank. To it, and I wanted to make that into a echelon higher unit, like that. And I wanted to convert this unit to that new design. Okay, so I knew that was a loss. So let's just save this. So we don't have to go through that again. And let's see where it goes. Does it crash in a couple of days or not? Yugoslavia capitulated. That had happened before. I want to combine these. And I need a new commander. And this is the small group of minesweepers that I have. And where do we have enemy mines? No place in the Mediterranean. The Germans are not using mines. %. Okay. The Germans are not using mines, so we're ahead of the game by having a mine-sweeping fleet. What's this German U-boat presence thing? Don't like having the St. Lawrence contested. We're going to give you minesweeping duty here just to get some more power there. Any other ships done training? Not yet. Well, I don't want to move anybody back. We actually have contested up here as well. I need to get my training done. And they're traveling through the area. Okay, these have all happened in the last run through of the game. That's the construction 3. And we determined we could do this. The anti-tank upgrade. Which was here. And we determined we wanted this. And that had happened in our prior run through. we determined we were behind in the Quebec election stuff. We determined to go there. So let's save this again. On the 24th. Okay. So we had a battle. And we sunk an SSC. Number 19. Well, Sarah London gets the kill. Is that a British boat? Sarah London. The British got the hit. I'm sure that's a Canadian boat. Oh. It was an airstrike. My old flying boats came through and sunk a U-boat. We're going to save this before the end of the month. On the 30th. Simply because it did error out on us before, and we want to know whether it is here. Auto saved fine. Okay. Cool. Okay, so let's go back to the next upgrade we were doing. In this unit, we're changing the signals? No. The logistics and the recon. Were changed because we have the light vehicles to spare, and we have the cavalry, and we have everything else that's needed. Okay, so it looks like we worked our way around whatever that error was. We didn't get that far last time. And I had that done. I wanted to put more anti-air down. Oh, I get another one. Armored cars that I'm still weak on? Yeah. Oh, Iraq. Fall of Cairo. So, the British are having problems in the Middle East. They've lost Cairo. They're about to lose their supply line. And they're going to be cut into Alexandria and southern forces. They've got surrounded, and they're not doing that great in Italian East Africa. That puts Iraq into a problem. Down steel. I've got another factory. Everything's going up. I've got the anti-air. I've got the universal carrier. So let's move into another truck. I think I can do. Okay, and we're going to have to buy steel. I'm going to have to get involved in the war damn soon. The Brits are getting trounced. We're going to send this guy. We'll make sure he goes this way. We'll send him down to Cape Town. Then we'll send him onward up to help with this campaign. Start getting some Canadian military. And honestly, start another unit. We will take him for now. Okay. And then is done. That's another large escort. We have another destroyer that's done. And let's add him to this fleet. Here. And that fleet has escorts that need to be upgraded. So we'll send one in. Looks like it needs repairing. And you only have one escort to send back. You have 3 to send back. We'll send one of yours. Is that a 1 making into a 2? Did I lose? Okay, what happened here? Should be able to upgrade him into oh, I see. I've lost the upgrade. That's what it was. Okay. Now I should be able to choose that as an upgrade. Yes. Doesn't cost as much. It's not replacing the engine. So I can get it done quicker. And he is starting to send U-boats out more regularly. How is that outdated? Surely every time I do this, I don't know why that's considered outdated, because it's not outdated here. So 41 February, large escort 2. Well, maybe it is. Okay. Right. Okay, that needs to be clicked on. There. Okay, that was my mistake. And what happened here? We lost a couple of transports. Come on, guys. Get with it. This is specializing in electronics or industry. And I have something specifically for industry. So I wanted to keep this guy mostly in electronics. I'm ready to start into the jet stuff. Okay, destroyer patrol operational priority. Operations priority. Improve destroyer screening tactics. That's the next one I wanted. Gotta increase their ability to fight those subs. And before the end of the month, I'm just going to save this again because of that screw up before. Here's our buddy down here. He's not down there yet. Where are you, bud? You're still going. Not even halfway. How's my truck situation? haven't done anything in a long time. We have like 2 high-end motorized divisions, one that's plain and one that's filled. And we have this. Let's duplicate that. No, actually, let's not duplicate that. What happens if we start converting these? So even doing that, it's going to be more trucks than what we have. Okay, so we need to make it a changed unit. Semi-motor 2. It's still going to be mostly semi-motor. And we want to add another unit here. A logistics car. Let's add the hospital, the car. Okay, to distinguish between them, we will do it as a semi with the X. Okay. We do have 1 unit deployed to England. Let's upgrade that. And we don't have the armored cars yet, and we don't have the light vehicles, but we're close. Just enough motorized to do this. Okay. Both of you guys need more training. He in an assault. He's getting attacked by submarines. Bloody hell. I don't want to lose my transport ship is sunk already. I'm losing guys. That wasn't nice. I lost troops in that. They nailed a troop transport. Okay, I got an anti-air upgrade. Go with the logistics. There goes Kaiser Wilhelm. Little Willie. Oh, we got New Caledonia. Not much I can add about that. Good for the French. Yeah, you're getting your ass kicked, England. You got him again? Oh shit, he's following my entire military transports. He nailed another 6. That's gonna be a lot of guys that are lost before I get to even South Africa. How many of those do I have? Do I have enough to actually start a unit? No. I don't. Okay, so how shot up are you? 42% of his strength. My God. He was like 95 when he left. I lost half the guys, half the equipment. I gotta let him refit here before I send him on. Okay, all those American boats are done. First of all, that minesweeper's done. And I'm going to actually send him over to Vancouver Island without a commander right now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's just bring you back in for now. And I need to split you up. I've got 3 zones that I'm protecting. 3, 2, and 2. So 3. 2 and 2. For this zone, I want to add 3. For this zone, I want to add one of the 2s. Let's get those going. Okay. And there goes the war with the Soviet Union. And this, I want to add that unit. And that will give me a stronger fleet across the Atlantic. Okay. Well, that was a refit. Now that I have more ships, I can send the older ones back for the refits. This is large escort type 1s. So he's the refit for that. And you're still short on your numbers. Large escort type 1. That's your refit. Oh, that was that. That one's had their refit. Now he's got to get where you're going. We've started our Air Force production. We need more aluminum. We have it, we just have to do that. Well, for training 1,500, I'm nowhere near what I can have yet, that's for sure. That's going to give me more manpower. That's a possibility. I've got to deal through my problems to get away from this. Well, the bracket Canada used was technically this one. We'll do that. Can't do anything there yet. Don't want to do anything there. Don't care about that. I do need to do that at some point, so let's do it. Okay. Another loss. 3 transports. British transports lost. Well, we've progressed a long ways. I've been streaming for over 4 hours, over 4.5 hours. I think I needed a break for the night. So I think this is going to draw part 2 to a close. So Grandpa Canuck is going to sign off. Everybody out there watching this on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. If you like this particular video, hit the like. And any comments you have or questions, please give me the feedback. I do want to hear from you very much. That's why I'm here. I want to teach about black ice. I want to teach about the way I play black ice. And if you've got different and more experiences, I want to hear for your comments from you. So please forward all that to me. If you would, I'd really appreciate that. So until next time, all you people and bots, be good to one another. Take care. Bye-bye.